3, 2, 1, and we're live. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Click of Stones Sessions, Episode 8. Today, we are joined by a true gomoku and renju superstar. He's a competitor, teacher, an organizer, and an all-around ambassador for the games, if you will, Mr. Pavel Laube. My friend, welcome to the podcast. How are you keeping?
Hello, Jussi. Thank you for the nice words.
Absolutely, my pleasure.
It's a pleasure to be here. I'm full of anticipation, and yeah. So, what do you want to talk about?
As we did the prep session a couple days ago, I gathered there's quite a bit of topics we've now planned for the listeners. So let's dive right into the deep end, so to speak, shall we? So let's start by you as a gomoku and of course renju player also. Would you tell us a little bit about your early years with the game?
Yeah. It's been a long time, I must say. I think I'm one of the oldest active players in Czech Republic by now, of Gomoku. So it's about like 17 years when I started to play.
Which year is that? My math head is
2004 or around it, I think. So it's like it sounds a bit crazy to me now, but yeah. And I know in renju the years when you have somebody like Skuedin or Kojin, it's not so long ago, but
yeah.
But for Gomoku, it's quite a lot, as it's still
early years.
Yeah. It's still a young game. Yeah. So yeah, you had here Paya already, so she told you that it's quite a common game in Czech Republic. So of course I played it at school, but really it all began like during my high school. It was like I was like 17 or 16 years back then, and I just had a lot of time during the high school. I didn't have much to do, so I just googled Pishquarky on the Google then, and I found some server of Gomoku. It was Czech local server. There was just offline playing, and we started to play there. Yeah.
Nice. And when did the online gaming come to the picture and live gaming?
Yeah, it was actually it started to online gaming. Okay. So I started to play at this offline server. There was also a chatting room, and I was a bit a social introvert back then, and I guess I'm still. But there I found some nice people to conversate and to play with, and of course I was getting better and better really quickly. So it was good for my ego, and so I follow up. Yeah.
What's your early years of? You played also in Kurnik, I suppose.
Yeah,
quite a bit.
So like a couple of months after this, somebody told me about Kurnik, so I went there, and yeah, I think like after 3 months, I was already like invited to the first live tournament. It was Fish Party in Hradec Králové, quite renowned tournament by now. And so I went there. I remember I was meeting for the first time another player named Gadael. I guess you can remember him. And yeah, that was my first live tournament. There were lots of people from Czech, but also Poland, and I think I was 17 back then. I remember because probably it wasn't legal for me to drink beers, which of course doesn't mean I didn't. Yeah.
Right, right.
So that's it. And
So that was
uh,
around 2004 you started, and then I would imagine that you played a lot of games, both offline, on in the internet offline games, as well as the online games, and that's where you got the base.
totally. I was freaking addicted at these times, so I was playing several hours a day easily, and yeah, so I played hundreds and hundreds of games, which gave me the base to be good. Basically, I think like every player needs to have something like like that at that time. And I remember when I was like going to bed at night, I still had the calculations and some situations in my head. So it
Yeah,
were crazy times. Yeah.
I can recall similar memories, like even dreaming some positions. That's pretty sick, you know. But if you
Mhm.
play, hundreds or even thousands of games online, quick games, that's what happens.
Yeah. And I didn't play like many 1 minute games back then, but like usually longer games where I really could catch the how to play and how to learn the positional style. So I developed really quickly back then.
Was it so that, if I recall, at least when I played gomoku, uh, I started a couple years before that, 2002, and then transitioned to renju 2003. There wasn't that much of the style of 1 minute or 2 minute. I think in Playside, where I played online, people played 5 minute games and 10 minute games and 15 minute games, but not really 1 minute, 2 minute. Was it back then already in Play OK that people would prefer playing 1 minute or 2 minute, or has that transformed
Mhm.
somewhere? Do you recall?
Yeah, I think it wasn't really like today. Of course, Koenig was quite different server, and there were quite different people. So, like when you now come to Koenig and want to play some longer game with good players, it's not really easy to catch somebody.
Yeah.
Back then, there were a lot of people and a lot of really good people. I think there were also regular Bishop tournaments in Koenig, which were very well participated.
Yeah.
And so yeah, you could really meet very good players there and develop. So these were good times. And of course, it were quite different times because there was no swap 2.
Yes.
So just a simple swap, and that means that you could get all sort of crazy openings, and you just had to figure out
Adjust. Yeah.
how to play. And it wasn't a nice thing in the competition to face something like that, but it I think nowadays uh, we are a bit lazy to think in some positions. So this really taught us to think and to react.
Yeah. That's, I think, every all-around player who can play any 5-in-a-row game, mainly focused on gomoku or renju, I think that's paramount to get that feeling. And I think sometimes I like that myself just because I haven't been active as a competitor since 2008 basically. So get the feeling, get that touch of the game. And it requires a lot of games and playing some even basic variants. And now very often I play these Taraguchi openings, and I'm in lost. I don't
Mm.
know, like I don't know what is good or what is bad just because I'm so rusty. But I don't let it bother me that much. But I can really, I understand what you're talking about, playing one swap gomoku and just encountering crazy stuff and just overcoming and getting better as a player because of that.
Yeah, yeah. And Taraguchi is good rule already. It's this would be more like Sorcerer for I don't know.
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe at the end of the conversation we'll have energy to play one or two games and test it out as well. We'll see how that goes. But if you look into the previous episodes, I haven't really played too stellar, so don't expect anything from me. But uh, back in those days, I think pro Gomoku openings, the long openings, that was the thing, and you probably learned and studied quite a bit of central openings, how to win those, and which ones are sure wins, which are not sure wins, and
Mm.
memorize them. When did that change into you know, to swap and more serious approach in that regard?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think Swap 2 went like about 2007, maybe 8, maybe earlier, or yeah. So it was a relative quick development, but of course there was a lot of theory of center openings, which I started to study somehow, but yeah, I think I was always more like a player who don't want to prepare so much and just I prefer to play corner openings from the start. So
Okay.
that was my thing. I developed a couple of corner openings which I played very often, and yeah, it was like often pure improvisation and just to skill how to overposition the opponent. So, but it doesn't mean I didn't have some analysis in several center openings, and of course I did have Renlib as well
Yeah.
to make some surprises from time to time.
Yes. You mentioned the years 2007, 2008. We met, I'm not sure, did we meet in a tournament before Helsinki Teamwork Championships?
Uh,
Probably. It's tough to remember, but you were a participant in Helsinki 2008 in Teamwork
yeah,
Championships and playing renju there already. So, can you describe when did you start tapping into renju as well?
yeah. It was quite soon. I think I tried to play Renju in like my fourth tournament, so it was maybe the year after I started to play on live tournaments. Maybe it was Czech Open or something like that, or maybe even sooner. And I remember quite soon after that, there was the European Championship in Havlíčkův Brod in Czech Republic. So that was a big event. I think the the first big event which we organized here in Czech Republic, and of course I wanted to participate. So that was the real start of my so-called renju career back then, and it was yeah. And it was the first really international event with loads of players from Russia, Estonia, Scandinavia, etc., etc. So there I met players like Karasiev, a great friend of mine, and all the others. There was Andermaite as well, I remember. So it was quite well participated tournament, and yeah, I think I might have played the best renju of my career there, because I then didn't have any idea about the terrace, so I were putting probably D3 or something like that and try to survive. But yeah, I captured some good wins against Kasiev or Nikonov or players like that. So
That's
I
really,
remember,
really strong, man.
yeah.
Really, really strong.
So I was at the end the best Czech player there, which I remember because the prize was the full pack of the beer called Rebel from Havlíčkův Brod. So that was my best prize in gomoku so far.
That sounds like a Polish tournament to me.
Ah,
Yeah,
Polish had vodka. That's the
yeah.
difference.
I traveled a couple of times in I think between 2005 to 2007. Couple of trips. Maybe 2004 already to Poland. There was a bus ride from Tallinn. Great events.
Yeah,
Great trips, and made
but
some.
Warsaw Open, I think it was something like that.
Yeah,
But I think I didn't play still there. It was sooner.
yeah. It's great way to meet friends, put faces into nicknames online, and then compete a little bit and have some R&R as well. And
Yeah, yeah.
I miss those trips, and if ever Estonians are renting a bus from Tallinn, I'll do that. Definitely to Poland
Indeed.
or all the way to Czech Republic. I'm there. It's fun. So,
Yeah, yeah.
what about the last 10 years as a player? We can see your Gomoku World profile there in the background, and somebody might look at it and say, well, you haven't made any progress. But I think at the same time the games and the fields have gotten a little bit more competitive on the at least on the higher echelons of the brackets.
I'm not sure about that, but I'm sure I made quite certain decrease. That's for sure. You can see basically the good times, which were like two waves there. So I was always a bit up and down player. So in some years I had motivation to train more, and then I just played. So I wasn't. I think I wasn't the player who just the type who just want to participate when he's prepared and ready. So I
Yeah,
participated in all kind of tournaments when I had time, and yeah, still
when they
now.
come
So
across, and I really like that approach. That you don't play only when you prepared well, but you enjoy playing, and you keep that's your way to keep up the level as well, and enjoying the game. Getting pleasure of competing, and not the most serious approach, in my opinion, as well. you
Yeah,
know.
but that said, I hate losing very much, so
Yeah.
that's the downside of it. So I try to just not to lose the too much. Yeah. But I think I was the best player when like around 2008, 9, 2012. Then I really had something in my brain. Yeah. And
How
it's
about
yeah,
how
it's
about
about practice for me.
how about you can freely, you know, brag a little bit about the tournament wins or uh, achievements. What do you consider uh, the best moments on those years?
Ah, certainly the World Championships were the most important events in Gomoku. So I was second in 2013, I think, and third in 2009, which is paradox because then I had closer way to the first place. It was crazy tournament when we it was 9 players, I think, in a final, and after those 8 rounds, we finished at shared first place together with Archie and Attila, and we had the same Buchholz, Berger, and basically it was just to each other. So and there were the blitz games just to solve it out, and didn't went my way, but
Right.
still I think that was my best year probably. Yeah. Otherwise, I had of course some team wins as well. We finished first at the first European um championship. At that time, we called it European, but it was basically the World Championship anyway. Then I had some other medals as well, but and of course quite many wins of some ordinary tournaments, so to say. Yeah. So that was the biggest achievements I think in live Gomoku, and Gomoku is also quite serious and online. So I think I should mention like 3 times winning the EuroLeague competition, which
Wow.
really at least at years back it was quite kind of big deal in Gomoku community, and I still remember. Uh, we were so anxious to win these competitions finally, because it took us some years as the Czech team.
Can you tell us some stories? You know, EuroLeague is part of the games and the history that I haven't been part that much, along with offline, renju offline gaming. Uh, can you share some moments or some pieces of history along the way that you think, or at least I'm interested to hear anything, what makes EuroLeague interesting and fascinating way of practicing and playing and competing.
Yeah, well, the thing is, it was basically the first really international competition in Gomoku at all. It was in times when there were some local tournaments, Czech Republic, Poland, or elsewhere, but really the community was very much online, and in EuroLeague it was the only competition where you could really, on some serious level, meet the Russian players, Estonians, Scandinavians, and etc. So it was, I think I participated first some second or third season of EuroLeague, and there were lots of teams, and it was really prestigious back then to compete. And yeah, and we made I think the first team where I participated was called Wooden Heads, and there were still some players who didn't play a long time ago, like uh, choking and nerve, we call them. Uh, and yeah, it was fierce competition of, I think, mostly Russian players from Tumen and Moscow and like Popovic, Frakas, the Hungarians led by Attila. So it was really nice to play them. Yeah.
What
And
was
I
the what were
remember,
the has the time limit always been the same or
yeah, it was always 10 minutes, 10 minutes, and
10
now it's
minutes?
10 minutes plus 3 seconds because we have
Yeah,
finally Fischer. But so it was relatively blitz, of course. Nowadays it seems to me super blitz, and I the older I am, the slower I am, of course.
same here.
Yeah, and I remember some crazy game and some seasons where we were so close to win the title after some great wins against Hungarians and such teams, and it was probably against the Russians from Siberia. And I have it in my eyes still when there was last game of the whole match, which was deciding, and there was Gadael playing, and it was really the end game, so they didn't have any time both players, and there was like open four for 20 moves maybe for Gadael, and he just couldn't see, so we lost and couldn't won that season.
Ouch. And
So
then
we
the
were very
following
pissed.
year you won and end up winning
Uh,
4 times, right?
yeah, not following year.
Not
It took
following year.
us some time, but finally after that. So yeah, it's still a very good competition. I think even now, although uh, as in all gomoku, maybe even I don't know, probably not in renju, but there are a bit less people now, less teams. So
Oh, for sure. Oh, for
yeah,
sure. In Renju,
unfortunately.
yeah, in Renju that has happened as well. I'm now talking about, Europe and Russia. But when we look at the games and the popularity, especially Gomoku, I heard some wild estimates from China and around Asia in general, and I'm like, what is happening? Everything in China is big in numbers of players, and I've had privilege to talk with many Chinese players, but also players who visit their clubs often enough and play online as well. So there are some Gomoku and Renju servers in China, and I have heard some crazy numbers of Gomoku and Renju as well, and in the mainland and Macau as well as off-site. There's other parts of Asia, and I'm wondering, what's happening there. If the games are growing rapidly, uh, as in the players numbers in China and in Asia, perhaps that turn will happen also in Europe at some point. And you know, my big dream is that in 5 years or 10 years, this will be a big thing in the States as well, and then the whole game or both games can transform into something much nicer. So, but yeah, I guess in the previous sessions we've discussed this that
Yeah.
over the last 10 years or 15 years other games have kind of taken uh, other esports and other
Mm.
first person shooter games or whatever games there are that weren't there 20 years ago. Now there are many players, but I also get a really good reassurance that not everybody wants to play those games or just want to play all just play those games. So the discussions, at least that I've had over the last year, people have been saying, chess is not going anywhere, Go is not going anywhere, and I think Renju and Gomoku are not going anywhere either.
Hope so, hope so.
Yes.
But it's difficult to keep the base of players, most definitely. Even in Czech Republic, where we have quite large spread, like high school competitions, where there are hundreds and thousands of players, but they don't play it usually very seriously. So there is not really spin over to active players. So it's really like when I started, there were several local online servers which had their own communities, and like the people were coming in quite large numbers to active playing. So this is not really so much happening now, unfortunately. But of course, in Asia, it's another world, and yeah, big secret for us.
Yeah. We'll see.
Like,
We'll see. I think it's interesting to see
yeah,
how these go, and some people
yeah.
are thinking that it's a trend that only goes downwards, but I think I think trends can fluctuate as well, and if internet has revolutionized online gaming and brought us all sorts of flashy games, in real time games. Maybe this is their time, but strategical, very deep, in-depth thinking strategy games where you can basically you can improve yourself and your thinking and your memory and compete at the same time. I think these games have a special place, and they're not going anywhere. And perhaps communities such as Click of Stone, such as Czech Federation, or such as RIF succeed in bringing some fresh, new breath for the communities, and also I think it's about leveraging technology. So esports have
Mm.
succeeded in leveraging the new platforms, such as streaming, for example, and other platforms. And I think we haven't.
Yeah.
We've done the same things, and even if we look at the RIF website, it's the same website that was there 15 years ago.
Oh yes,
Literally,
RIF.
I always, before the sessions, I shut my eyes and tell myself, do not bash too much RIF. But that's a
Yeah.
lie. I don't do that, but I try to not to diss them too much, not at least all openly. But when we look at anything, we haven't really improved.
Mm.
We haven't used the technology that much. And where I'm going with this is actually that I'm looking at Czech Federation, and you guys are doing something. You are actually doing many things that others aren't doing, and also leveraging new technology. So this gaming site, online gaming site that I have become, a fan now, with these podcasts. But anyways, like playing there sometimes besides the sessions, the podcasts, play5.net, and you have your hands into that development, as well as training in schools, so educational services and such. So please tell us more about those.
Yeah, yeah. Uh, but first of all, really thank you for making this podcast, because, as you were mentioning, exactly such activities are needed to make it more popular.
Yeah.
And I was long waited, not only for podcast, but also some live streams commentary, as did I don't know, Zoli or Epifanov. It's really great things to do. And as for Play 5 or Pishquarky.net, yeah, it was a really long time project of Czech Federation where we tried actually to build up some new local playing website where the community could grow, the local Czech community of players. And because we remembered those great local servers from the early years, and one of them was pishkoiki.net at that time, and we decided to have a new shape of this playing site. There was long, uneasy development, but then Monika Zovadova, Olshava, a great Czech woman player, yeah, suddenly educated herself in programming as a programmer, and I think she was in university, and as some final thesis, she made the first phase of Play 5 server.
When was this
And,
approximately?
whew, uh,
10 years ago?
it's really hard to. It could be because it's running so fast.
Yeah.
But there were a couple of years still where when she catched the mistakes and made the playing server really comfortable and stable. So it took some time, and she did follow up in development for really not great reward. So big thanks to her. And yeah, then we tried to catch the people there from local schools. I don't think it was a great success after all, because we still lack the necessary, like the frequency, that you just come there and play in any time. So this is very hard to achieve. But yeah, we tried to make the best of basically. I think by now the best playing server there is in the world. So we persuaded the international community of Gomoku to move EuroLeague there. So we have now already like 4 years, maybe 5 years of EuroLeague playing there. There are some stability issues at first years, but I think now it's really good, and we play there other competitions. And during the COVID crisis, I tried really hard to promote some regular tournaments there, and also renju tournaments, which is also like so success. But yeah, you can regularly attend by now the tournaments 4 times a week, and there is a nice little community around it already. So at least something. But yeah, we were also. I tried quite hard to invite also Asian players there, Chinese, Japanese, Korean, Vietnamese. Not so success till now, but I'm happy that, for example, Korean player or players from Macau, I think that they have some classes there or tournaments for their renju or gomoku classes. So yeah, it's used at least somehow.
Absolutely.
And I think it has a potential definitely
It
to have
does.
more people.
I like the idea of the teaching mode, so you can be as a teacher,
Yeah,
and I think
and the important thing is that this playing site is completely owned basically by our Czech Federation. It's made by really gomoku player who understand the things, and we can create additional functions which are needed at times, so it can really serve the gomoku community or renju community as well. We have
Yeah,
Taraguchi source there as needed. So I think this is really the main benefit of this site.
I agree. I agree. Is Monica the main programmer still, or do you have like a bigger group?
Yeah, mainly Monica. So of course she don't have many lots of time outside of her children and regular work. So it's always hard, but yeah, I think nowadays the playing site is really in good quality, so you don't need so much to improve really.
Right, right. Well, it's always nice to tweak some things, and I think when it comes to um, playing playing these games, I think mobile devices. That's one thing that I'm like excited now because we
Mm.
didn't have these 15 years ago. At least the tablets and such, and now everybody's got one of these. And then like how do you play with a smaller screen? How do you play gomoku in a bus or in a metro, or a train? How do you play that? Can you have like a zoom in or zoom out? What kind of technologies there might be,
Yeah.
because I think, if there were a game site which would
Yeah.
allow me to play offline and online ad hoc, and that there would always be either, similar strength of a bot or same size, opponent. I think it would be great if I have a 15 minutes or 45 minutes. Sometimes I could just play with a mobile device, but I'm not convinced yet how well those work.
Yeah, in Play 5, it's definitely the space to improve. It's not ideal. You can somehow zoom in, but yeah, we should make some effort still on this. Otherwise, exactly, you have also when you don't meet anybody alive there, there's also a bot which you can play with, and at least somehow keeps you active.
Yes. What's the strength level? Does it compete you? No, probably not.
Yes, yes,
It
sure.
does?
Because it can evolve. I think there is some algorithm to like based on your score with the bot, it can be better and better or worse. So
Wow.
it's I'm not sure how it is balanced now because I think before I could win like basically very lot, and now I probably don't
So,
don't have much. Yeah, the bots.
ha,
I hate Komoku programs. That's
right.
another topic for me.
How could we get that Gomoku bot to hang out also at the renju lobby?
Like you mean if there is a bot for Renju there, or I think there is just for Gomoku now.
Yeah, I think so too. So,
Yeah, because we use some Czech program. What's the name? I forgot. That's a shame because it was actually quite a good achievement because it won a regular competition of all programs in the world.
yeah.
Program writer from Czech, and it's really super strong program now. I'm not sure if it's working for Ranger as well or not.
I've noticed it there even more frequently that I'm hanging around play5.net. So
Yeah, and
it's
you know,
there, but I didn't know if it was any good or not. I didn't dare to talk to
uh,
him. So,
and I'm quite depressed from all these programs because like 15 years ago, we made still some like public fight between programs and
Yeah.
players, and I was against the program number one, and I could still beat it quite comfortably, and no, I can't.
Well, that's something I've heard from a couple of really strong gomoku players that you know the best uh, games or bigger human versus AI gomoku games and challenges. At least I think it was Dubsky who played. Was it 3 4 years ago? And something a little bit more recent perhaps as well. Um, I would like to see more of that and get a get assurances that how big of a difference is it actually, or can the bots beat, can the AI beat the top players?
Yeah, like statistically, I think definitely. Although, yeah, I think human can still beat probably program when he plays certain positions. In positional play, there could be still certain advantage at least against some bots.
Yeah.
So, but otherwise, it's really getting stronger and stronger. Yeah. And I was thinking about how did it influence my preparation, and I think the biggest mistake for me was to start to prepare with programs at all, because it made me super lazy. And I was avoiding it for a long time. Still, I think when I was the second in World Championship in 2013, I still didn't have any programs which I would use outside of Renlib in my practice. So I did my analysis really just calculating for myself and using Renlib, and it was, of course, there were many mistakes after that. But yeah, it helped me to improve my thinking, I guess. But now, when you try to super fast prepare for some opening, it's of course the great advantage to prepare some swap 2 or some new scheme opening. But yeah, if you're lazy, you let the bot think for yourself, and then if you don't remember, or it doesn't give anything to your play as such. So that's my plan for next year, just to play more in normal games and think more.
Is that normal games for next year? Do you mean online games, tournaments, live events?
Yeah, when there will be some life, of course. Of course, that's the main goal. Like without live tournaments, why to play the game? To be honest, for me at least, because it's a lot about the friends I have there, the community, and
Yeah.
so I'm really looking forward to maybe Czech Open in summer. We are now discussing with the organizers
In
and
Pardubice.
in Pardubice, so
Yeah.
perhaps it can be the first tournament after a while.
If it happens, when would that be?
Yeah, I think July or August.
Right.
Mm.
Right. Yeah, I was there a couple of years ago. It was the last tournament when I was still drinking, so that tells a little bit.
And it's a great tournament because there is always a swimming pool party.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
with grilling, and there is some band playing the music, and
I
uh,
highly,
can be
highly
wild.
recommend that. It's nice. I love Prague. Praha is absolutely gorgeous. Glad to visit it whenever I have a chance. But it was my first time, and won't be the last time. So, and it's a smaller place as well, Pardubice. So
Yes, it makes it actually sometimes more fun because the people are together, can party together on these dormitories, and so we players from Prague usually prefer these tournaments in Pardubice or Hradec Králové than the one which is in Prague.
right, right. Well, you get to travel a little bit as well. So,
Yeah.
yeah, when the travel resumes, I wanna fly to Czech Republic. I need to fly to Poland and Hungary as well. I've never been to Hungary before, so I'm a bit ashamed of that. But
Yeah, you should
I
be,
I really really
because
need to.
Hungarians are your brothers, so
Yeah, yeah.
Ugar-Finns.
Yes, yes. Oh, the language. Yeah, yeah. It's just when they speak Hungarian, it just to me it sounds like they're speaking the same language, but I can't understand.
Really?
Yeah,
So
it's
does it sound familiar a bit?
it sounds familiar. It sounds like they're speaking Finnish, but I can't understand any words or some words perhaps, but they don't mean the same thing. So
Yeah,
at
they
least when
could
I hear
speak,
Estonia,
they could speak Chinese as well, and I wouldn't know the difference, I guess.
yeah, at least Estonian I can understand like a quarter or one third if they speak slowly. So, but Hungarian, it's totally different beast.
Yeah, yeah.
So, you categorize yourself mostly live player. You play online when you have to, kind of.
Mm, not really, not really. Like I think every gomoku player, at least in Central Europe, like is very much online player because that's the difference between renju and gomoku.
Okay.
In gomoku, you have really the online community, and it shows because we all know each other according to our nicknames
Yes.
online. So I'm not Pavel Laube, but Kedlup, and
Yes.
I have trouble sometimes to remember the real names of some players even. So yes, the online playing is still the greatest part, I guess, of Gomoku, and there are lots of online competitions as well. We have our Czech Online League. So every year there is International Polyc League as well for individuals. Lately there is a very good tournament for Blitz games, the World Blitz Cup.
Yeah.
So these I'm playing currently all the competitions I just mentioned. I guess for the first time because I said to myself, okay, uh, I try to enjoy the online playing as much as I can till I can, because probably I won't have so much time in coming years, and it's too much. So yeah, really too much. But those are very nice competitions for sure. Yeah. But in Renju, of course, it's much more traditional. I would say conservative way or game in a sense that probably it's really turning around this network of real schools of Answer Surf or Irina Metro Valley or Dima Epifanov.
Yeah.
And I think the online gaming there is basically not existing, yeah, at least seriously. Maybe in China, as you mentioned, I don't know. But
China
it's
for
really
sure, for sure. But
so. You mentioned this renju.net uh, server, and I think it shows basically the how the game is very conservative in offline.
yes,
So it's
and then there's like live gaming, a bunch of live gaming now, of course, because of the last year. It has been many of the live games have been transferred uh, to online, but
Mhm.
I'm sure they will resume to live tournaments eventually. Offline is quite popular in Renju also, but the like online tournaments, uh, they're not really there, unfortunately. At
Yeah,
least
not really
I'm not
there.
aware of. Uh,
Yeah, but yeah, I remember we tried a couple of bigger tournaments, renju tournaments in Play 5 last year, together with Tunet and the renju news site, and there was quite nice crowd there,
nice.
so I liked it. Yeah.
Yeah, I tried a little bit promoting that tournament as well.
Thank you.
I think I even played, but I played really crappy. I wasn't happy at all. What can you expect if you don't play for 10 years? Other than
Ah,
the long
that's my
tournaments.
case.
Yeah, the long tournaments is a different beast. When you can
Mhm.
stare at the board for 2 hours, you can
Of
come up
course.
with something. It was actually funny. I moved to Asia 2009 ish, and I came back to Europe 2013 when you had your great year. And in Tallinn, that event, I went to see friends, just to say hi to Tallinn because I was in back to Europe. And Aunt said, "Well, you're here. You're gonna play the B tournament, right?" I said, "Well, if you force me to." And I played my best tournament, that B tournament. So I got 6 points out of 9, and I think I was the sixth. So by then,
Ah,
I had my best results, but I didn't practice at all, like nothing, and just
see,
felt
if
really
you
good
have the
first.
fresh thinking, then you can
Yeah.
play good.
Yes, and nobody expected anything out of me. People are like, this guy hasn't played any tournaments for years, so like nobody expected anything, and I was happy to play, and then just you know looking at the board, figuring out what you want to do, and feeling relaxed.
Yeah,
It was
that's the best feeling,
yeah,
definitely.
and some live tournaments, even some gomoku tournaments, I've enjoyed over the last years that I didn't have any preparation, but some nice games. And of course, if you prepare a little bit, you get more confident and you have some backup theory, if where you want to direct your game. And if you have some nice wins prepared, then of course it helps result wise. So it's at least in the future, if I don't do all commenting from here on end until I'm 80, if I get to play some tournaments, I'd like to prepare at least a couple openings and have some idea of where to take it.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, but I think with Taraguchi, which is the new rule, it makes it a bit more interesting for player without this theory background.
Yes.
Just you can do some crazy moves at the beginning, and it makes it at least interesting.
So I think there will be a lot of Gomoku players watching this episode later on YouTube. Uh, I think it would be interesting to hear a couple of words from you as one of the players who is a legend in Gomoku, but also has played in a serious level in Renju also. About your thoughts about the games, and you shared a little bit about the Taraguchi rule there, but
Like Renju. To compare these games, I think it's really beneficial to player to play board games or have a good background in board games. Because in early years, I think it really benefited my gomoku skill to play renju, because there are a bit different types of positions uh, which are quite tight, and it really demands on you the creativity to create something on a tight space, and so that's very good, I think, still. And yeah, it teaches you basically the classic, which the players uh, which know only swap 2. They don't have a good understanding often of the positions from the center of classic gomoku without swap, and these are very interesting and difficult positions often. So yeah, it's nice to get used to them, definitely. And of course, the fouls make the game very interesting. And like again, the experience for a gomoku player is that you, as a black player, definitely you have to be very precise in your planning of the attacks. So it
That the sequence
teaches
is
you, yeah,
important.
yeah. Every sequence is important. Every move is important. So it teaches you really precision in your planning. So that's a great thing. And vice versa. If you play Gomoku, there are this this knowledge of wild positions and wide calculations, some positional moves. It can, I think, benefit you definitely for renju as well. So
Yes.
yeah, I like board games very much. So it's kind of pity that in Czech Republic we stopped the renju tournaments, the live tournaments, because there wasn't much interest in later years.
Yeah.
So it's a pity, but it was also I was also discouraged to train renju very much after that. First by lack of time, because the gomoku then became really much more professionalized and interesting, and I could realize myself there. But there was also this time of I think when it was end of RIF rule and the Yamaguchi rule came, but there were also other semi-official rules of Surf and
Yeah.
Taraguchi and I don't know what. So
Yeah.
basically, for a player like me who had limited time to for both these games, it was impossible to learn some new theory uh,
I
to be
hear you, man.
competitive. Yeah,
I hear you. And I'm envious. I can say it out in the open, I'm envious of Komoku, You guys found the swap too and stick with it and loved it and just fucking ran with it, never looked back, as opposed to what kind of shenanigans we've done with Renchu over the last 15 to 20 years. Um,
yeah,
I think it's just a pity. And I'm like, one of the reasons I'm more motivated and inspired to do anything now is the hunch and the feeling. And people started telling about uh, Taraguchi rule again, after
mhm,
like last couple of years. People started saying, hey, the like, not Taraguchi 5 that was back then when we were talking, but hey, what about Taraguchi 8? Hey, what about
uh,
Taraguchi 10? I don't personally care whether that's 8 or 10, it's a lot
the more
of,
the better. Yeah,
yeah, exactly. So there's a lot of fourth moves that you can play regardless whether that's 8 or 10. And if it's 10, then I just feel there is a promise now, and I'm so much more encouraged to play and to go back to the game, like seriously, like enjoy
mm,
it when I see that there is a possibility. And you know when we talk about the rule change, I think other rules are nice, Yamaguchi rule and Sakata and you know saucer weights. Other rules are nice and they're functional, but if the end goal is to popularize the game, then the easier the opening is, the better. That's just my opinion. People are countering that. Oh, how about chess? Well, chess is not easy to explain and it's still popular. But my my stance is still, as to the renju, you explain the forbidden moves, and then you explain that, hey, the game starts in the beginning, and then you can swap within the first 5 stones. You can swap if you want to. You don't even have to say that, if the fourth is a messed up four, and you can think of 10 moves, then you can play 10 moves, and you're guaranteed to keep black. You can leave that out if you want to for children, but
Yeah, I think that will be the that might be the development that at some point you just leave
yeah,
this possibility out because it's so fucking difficult to explain to beginners even, and yeah, it just limit the game, not necessarily.
yeah, and it can be
Well,
stages. It can be stages. When a total
yeah,
beginner starts, you just say, hey, the beginning starts with black in the center, and then the next move, the second move is a white, and it has to be close, borderlining it.
mm,
And then the third is one step away within I don't know the English words, but then the fourth is a little bit farther, and the fifth is even farther. So it's
yeah,
easy to show in the board. You just start in the center, and then you get more and more space to grow the opening. And if you want to say, hey, if you don't like it, you just say swap within the
yeah,
first five. After five, that's the opening. You deal with it, whatever is there, and
that's it.
it's so much easier than explaining, half an hour of some Yamaguchi, how this
Uh,
works and how
and
that works.
then,
How many fourth moves? How many fifth moves?
yeah, now imagine that you see these, I don't know, 7 or 8 fifth moves on the board, and you need to choose from something. It's like even
Yeah.
practically, it's so
Yes.
messy that it
Yes.
can be good for very long.
Yeah, but like when you're playing, and that's one thing that maybe Monica could look at, when you're playing those 10 moves on Play 5, perhaps in the future you could take one piece off. Because when you look at it and you have 10 moves in Taraguchi, 10 fifth moves, it's chaos. But if
Yes,
you look at it and you take away
uh,
those that you don't want to, those
that's
that
the
are
only
too
way.
strong,
Yes,
then yeah, then you end up with two or three that actually don't look that bad. And then it's easier to look at the board when you can visualize without the one stone or two stones, and then decide where you want to take it. So maybe that could be one development idea. I would personally like it much more than,
yeah,
look at the 10 black fifth stones and try to figure out, where
yeah.
to go.
Keep it in your mind and write me afterwards. It's a good
Yes.
thing.
And it would be nice, have this conversation. If Monica, if Osava is interested having this, session at some point, or even have a private conversation, I would like to. I'm not. I tell you, I don't want to steal her as a programmer to to click on stones, but it would be nice to,
If you
this.
pay well, yeah.
Yes, yes, I'm planning on paying well to everybody who works for the brand, but anyways, anyways, it would be nice to hear, and try to help development in many approaches for these games, and if at least now I think this is a super nice site, and if there is some interest in further development, and perhaps cooperation with the Click of Stones initiative, so to speak. I don't even know. It's 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 kind of company already, but kind of not. And
Yeah, if we can connect with this, we're in, of course.
yes, yes. So we'll have those conversations, and anything Click of Stones does, it's community first. So it's community driven anyways, and I just, as discussed on a couple of previous sessions, I think tomorrow Epiphanov's the session episode 7 will be published on YouTube, and you can probably, if you're listening to this in YouTube recording, you can find the link there.
I will.
I'll put a banner. But we talked a lot about the developments and what kind of things would be nice to have within these communities and like if the community needs a game center, then I'm running out of excuses why I wouldn't be there to help creating one. And now I'm looking at, you guys have created this place, and I think there is potential to grow it and do some cooperation, and we'll see where that takes. But there are some nice visions, and had a dozen very interesting discussions lately about what the community wants. So my friends, players, and some people, fans, approached me and offered their help or some tips on what is actually needed in these games. And I welcome any feedback. Write them in the comments down below, or approach me directly, and join the Facebook community as well, because many of these sessions will be planned there, and there is a bunch of stuff to come. So I'm looking forward, and I'm interested to see where it takes. But let's get back to get back to the agenda. I was going a couple of times. You mentioned about teaching, so can you say a little bit about what initiatives you guys are currently pushing um, in Czech Republic? You're teaching in schools. Um,
Yes, we try to make some initiatives. We are trying, I think, quite periodically something, and sometimes it doesn't succeed. But I know that Martin Musica Martes was holding some like pretty regularly classes, like live classes in one of Prague schools, which was very keen to participate in this high school competition. So they had sessions there. I know that already many times there was something like uh, groups of players from these high schools, which we tried to teach some basics of gomoku before this competition. So there were some activities. I don't think we have something really so well prepared and fit from our organizational side that we can scale it up
yeah,
easily. But we try to do something, and of course we have the Prague Club. Gomoku Club, which is a sort of institution which I'm very happy to found with other players like 14 years ago, maybe, or
was it there before when you joined 2004? Was it there already, or did you guys
no, no, no,
found it?
no, no. We found it actually. I remember that with another player, Stanislav Kacek, denim. I don't know if you
Yeah,
met him. We were about the same age back then, and he was the original founder of Pishkorky.net
right.
playing site, actually, where there was a great community. And we were in Prague and just uh, wandered through the tea houses and played practice renju there. So you can say he was my first pupil in renju and gomoku, and we were always drinking the mate ranchu tea and played renju. So that was maybe the original background of Prague Club, which we founded very soon afterwards with other players. And yeah, ever since we regularly once per week meet in a tea room or tea place, and just yeah, chat, play gomoku, and meeting other people. So times to times there is a different crowd. Sometimes we are two, sometimes we are 10, and of course it's a good place just to invite the new young players to play with us and to learn some gomoku. So,
Huh.
for example, I think Stepan Tesařík, the first time we met him was the time when he just stepped by in Gomoku Club, and it was his beginning of career, I think.
Wow, amazing. Didn't know that. That's I didn't know that that is tea houses. I would have presumed it's beer
Oh,
houses
of
in
course,
Prague.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think they had also a Gomoku Club in Brno at
yeah.
certain time, and they met in pub. But there is
Right.
no club anymore, so you can say that too much drinking is not good.
Maybe that was the downfall for Finnish Renju Federation as well.
Yeah, but you know, it's about the atmosphere of, I don't know,
Yeah,
intellectual place where you can drink tea, and of course we have shisha as well, and just
it's yeah. I remember now a couple other places, maybe some in Poland, but also in Shanghai. So back in the day, I stayed quite a bit, quite a long time in China, traveling and met many clubs around China, renju
yeah.
clubs.
But I think
The
rental clubs.
yeah, renju clubs, and the Shanghai club was meeting in a tea house also,
Nice.
and yeah, I didn't know that you guys uh played in a tea house as well.
Yeah, yeah.
Nice, nice.
Yeah.
So what do you see? What do you see for the future? What do you see as a I don't know which kind of what how do I form this question best, but for yourself as a player or for Central European Gomoku and like tell me about what would you like to see in the next 10 years?
For me, of course, winning the world championship finally, but I have to practice more for that. And yeah, but why not?
Yeah.
I'm not so far away still, I think. And Gomoku, yeah, it's a big question. So thumbs up for every initiative which you are doing here to make it more widespread. There is potential, but yeah, there is really lack, I would say, of organizationally skilled people and enthusiastic people who can really make something in reality for the development, and that's the that's the downside of the game, because we are a community of people who just like to play, which are playful, but not necessarily very skilled when something needs to be done. Sometimes I have this impression, but yeah, hopefully hundreds of players coming from
Yeah.
Central Europe, Asia, anywhere.
I'm sure. I'm sure that will be reality. And when you say about we're people who are enjoying the game and just want to play, but every 100 people you will find two or three people who enjoy also
Mm.
organizing, and even some people like to organize and help the sport and love the community and don't even after years maybe not even play that much themselves and just find gratification on lifting up the community. And like I like to see myself one of those people now. Of course, I enjoy playing and competing, but I don't
Mm.
have the drive to fight tournaments and try to be the best. Uh, I don't have that anymore. I don't think I ever really had that, but like I think you guys are doing many things right, and I really hope that you keep it up and don't get discouraged about anything. And I think keep on organizing tournaments, and let's try to look outside the box and try to see what kind of things could there be. The streaming thing and podcasting thing is one,
Mm.
but perhaps there are 200 other things that we haven't thought about before that could be interesting content or different approach. And when we create many things and get the buzz on, I think it's worth. And even if we don't, I think the things, the tournaments you have on in Czech Republic and Central Europe, I'd love to participate and meet old friends in the future. And if there is a renju tournament, I would probably play that. But I'd play swap 2 any day as well. And I think if you can improve the educational systems, maybe something we can make um, online as well. I think it would be beneficial. Other games have that, and big educational training systems. And shout out to online renju class, but unfortunately we don't have it now.
Yeah, yeah.
Were you a
The-
student any ever on online renju class?
no, I think I've seen like maybe one or two sessions which were recorded. So
Yeah.
actually, from one, I learned very good pattern for D3 opening. So I'm grateful for that. I'm still winning this way, but never attended directly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Was nice, yes, and definitely we can do something like this very realistically. So if we have some network of tutors which can make some preparations, it's a good thing to be done. Yeah.
Content wise, I think it could be one of the key things popularizing this game. When you think about it, if you enter as a new player, you
Mm.
want to get better so that you can beat your friends. And then the new generations, younger kids than us, you know they don't necessarily want to open a book and start reading, but
And there is no book at all actually.
yeah, there are yeah,
For
are,
Gomoku,
for
Renju
Gomoku,
there are.
swap
Yeah.
Gomoku no book.
I don't think so. I know, for
Wow.
example, Attila had the idea to write something like 12 years ago, but from some reason he didn't publish it after all. And otherwise, not really, not really. You have some internet materials.
Yeah.
You have, for example, also that's another Czech site which we have under our organization, VCPR.
Hmm.
It's a how to say Center for Learning Gomoku and Renju. But the main feature there are uh, the the tasks, the Gomoku or Renju task. There are hundreds of them, easy, difficult, semi. So it's I think, and there are some very basic like manuals how to play for the beginners. What are the strategies? Which is something which really needs to be or could be developed sometime. But yeah, otherwise there is not much materials. There is maybe something on Gomoku World. Uh, I think there are at least some interesting articles. I myself tried to write something from my World Championships a couple times. So there's a big need to more things like that.
I agree. I agree. And if it's in video, I think it's super easy. And YouTube is great because when people advance, then they could research on their own terms and at their own time. Uh, but the community, that's important there as well. So let's see. I think there are some interesting ideas and things in play.
Hmm. Yeah. As you say.
Yes. How about training? You said you try to keep up your level by playing a lot. Uh, with whom do you practice? Where do you practice? How often?
Yeah, not very often now. Uh, so it's a bad thing that during the Corona crisis, the Prague club is closed. So I think I lost my main source of at least once per week or per 2 weeks have some real deep playing on the board live. Otherwise, I think it's a quite pity because I don't play much longer games on the internet anymore, which I could start again because 1 minute playing is not really giving you much in terms of practicing for the longer play.
Yeah.
So yeah, otherwise when I need to prepare for something, I can prepare some swap two or opening if I have time and motivation, but um, I don't practice very much currently.
Okay. Do you see a change there when the real tournaments resume?
Well, for myself, I don't know, uh, but I'm looking forward for them.
Just
But
curious.
yeah, I don't usually practice so much for the live events.
I'm
The
just
same, yeah.
curious on like asking this the same questions from different people, like how they approach the game, how they approach preparations, and I'm getting all sorts of different answers, and I just want to see just for myself because I want to see how I can improve my own preparations and what I could do different, if I don't normally practice. And then
Yeah.
you say that and I do believe that you have a chance on competing for the even for the world title. So I'm sure it would help, if you practice. And I'm thinking whether you go back to your old analyses or try to invent new ones, or do you
Mm.
strengthen the basic theories, or like anything like that? Just an
Yeah.
approach. No trade secrets needed.
No secrets in me. And maybe a couple of secrets, but I can reveal it on time. But yeah, I believe this can be very individual. But for myself, as I have thought about it recently, I think the best way to prepare is just to play longer games or even 10-minute games, but some serious games when I can really think at least a bit deeply and can be under time pressure as well.
Yep.
Uh, so this can evolve your play and your practice in combinations, creativity, and yeah, like you feel then sure in your thinking. Yeah. And otherwise, of course, you can prepare some openings. I do time to time, so definitely I will have something in pocket to release on the right moment. But you know, the this Korean gomoku at Swap 2 rule is very interesting game in a way that you actually don't need so much theoretical preparation. If you are just good player and you are good at the important skills,
Yeah.
as putting Swap 2, then you can
Yes.
play any opening
Yeah.
at all.
You can
And that's
distract.
fascinating. Yeah?
Yes. Yes.
And that's the important thing. So, for example, at least one skill I acquired during last years is the to putting the swap to better and more balanced. And I think it's really a skill which can be learned. And there are people which are putting great and balanced swap twos basically at any opening. So it can be not really so great advantage time to time putting the opening, and it depends how you use it. If you come with something new, or if you play a couple of openings every time and then you just happen to be catched by some prepared swap two. That are all very interesting technical aspects of the game, which are still evolving during
Yeah.
the years. So that's great, and I think really the most important thing is to understand the game and to have the practice and to be good in your combinations and creativity. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm really happy that you guys invented that rule because uh, otherwise, for renju players or some players who don't want to train theory that much, it gives a chance, at least some fighting chance, and like I don't think of myself as a player who can invent and like a creative player, super creative that way, that can invent swap tools to every scenario. But I have succeeded a couple of times and made a tough looking plant. What is the term you guys are using for the schemas? you know
Uh, yeah.
yeah, you
Schema.
you can put
Scheme.
scheme. Yeah, you can put the scheme opening, and then you don't have to freak out, and then you can put just calmly think and consider and put couple moves. And if you can put them so like a little bit so that they are not obvious, then perhaps your opponent hasn't considered those two moves. And if they haven't,
Yeah.
then it's like you're fighting there, so you can counter much of their preparations or their experience in that.
Yes, definitely. Throw it to the can, because the game is really about improvisation very much now, and I think it's that's the unique characteristic of gomoku, even comparing to chess or renju.
Yeah.
This is really in 80% of games you can have unique position which you have never even seen.
Yeah. Epifanov last week commented that he said that uh, I think he said somewhere in the lines of swap 2 or Taraguchi, should be there with every game,
Mm.
basically, because the swap kind of functionality, it's really really awesome.
Yeah,
And I
simple
think,
and good. Yeah,
yeah, it's like chess with swap 5 Taraguchi type of thing. Yeah, I can see some
yeah,
some 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 developments there. All right.
exactly.
So far, I think I've asked this from all the guests. So, who would be your biggest mentors or biggest rivals over the years? Feel free to name drop.
Yeah. Uh, I don't think I have any mentor to be honest, because I developed just by playing hundreds and hundreds of games, and I wasn't really schooled by someone, so I don't know about this. And rivals, of course, great many rivals of mine. Of course, in Czech Republic mostly, because we have a nice little country, but lots of very good players here. So I remember at the early years, definitely Ondík. Uh, he was kind of superstar when I started to play, and then I came with my wave, and it was always nice beating him. And so this was nice rivalry. Rivalry. Whew, terrible,
That is
terrible
a
word.
tricky word, yeah.
Yeah.
Rivalry.
And then of course, yeah, Bano, Vladimir Nepoti was also a very good opponent here. And nowadays, it's Marti Musica, world champion,
Yes. When
which
did
is terrible thing for me. So I have to be world champion for sure now. That's deal done.
when was
Yeah.
it when Martin Musica's reign started? When did he get good?
Oh, seems recent, but
Time flies.
it's also like 10 years when he became good. And he was very good in a sense that he prepared a lot. He had nice thinking in straight combinations, but he wasn't that good positionally for long years. But I think he catch up at this aspect recently as well. Otherwise, he wouldn't win the A final, of course. So uh, yeah, recently he's very good, and pleasure to play with him. Yeah.
Nice.
And otherwise, of course, the rivals in the world, Attila Demian and those guys, uh, those were the greatest battle on the world championship always.
Yeah.
Polish guys like Zukol or Puhol. Yeah.
Let's hope I succeed talking at least few of them into this podcast in the next couple of months. Would be interesting, and many good friends. Um, so let's talk. We talked a little bit already about your involvement with gomoku and renju developments over the years. So the Brackle Up and Play5.net uh, tournament organizing, but you also were part of RIF in certain extent, at least with gomoku, right? Representing Czech Federation, if I recall.
Yeah, still currently there is so-called Gomoku committee, which should be sort of executing body for Gomoku, so little RIF, because we don't actually solve many things outside of World Championships with our renju colleagues. To be honest, which is maybe a pity, but this is the way. And we tried, I think, around the World Championship in Prague, we tried to make the more organized world community of Gomoku. So we established this committee with representatives of the main nations, uh, Czech, Poland, Hungary, Russia, Estonia, and we were trying to organize some things to have the common stance on how the world championships should be, the other title competitions. And yeah, now it's a bit sleeping, to be honest. We come back to this lack of uh, organizationally driven people, I'm afraid, but hopefully we can continue in some effort. But at least it's a platform to communicate with the other representatives of communities.
Yeah. What do
Yeah.
you think? Going further, would you prefer yourself that gomoku and renju World Championship tournaments would be the same event or different events?
It's always great when it's connected.
Yeah,
These are the greatest events when you meet this whole bunch of people, which I really like over the years.
yeah,
So I enjoyed it immensely. But on the other hand, of course, if the championship is I don't know, in China or Japan, it's kind of difficult to make the, I think, the gomoku championship there in the same time, because the
yeah.
main bunch of people is just from Europe. And
But wouldn't it be
yeah.
nicer because everybody is getting a little bit older, and as far as I can see, same names are there, majority of same names,
Yes.
the top players, which is nice in a sense that when people get older, maybe more money, and people can dedicate their holidays for travel as
Mm.
well. So it's, I think, at least for renju, as a renju player, there's a big bonus to be able to travel to exotic countries and see some cultures uh, at the same time, visiting a tournament. I would
Yes,
never have
of
gone to
course.
Siberia myself if it wasn't for.
Yeah, that's my big regret that I didn't attend this the World Championship in Tumen back then.
Yeah,
Uh, Shame on me. But and it was the only one I missed. But I wanted to go there, but it was just not right time
yeah,
from personal reasons. And as you say, for me personally, going to Japan or Hong Kong, or at least Macau,
yeah.
uh, would be great. But I'm on the position when I can afford it, obviously. So
So if
it's
I
not
gave
so.
you if I gave you 9 months of preparation and I told you that there
Mm.
would be a Click of Stones tropical adventure in Thailand in a 5-star resort, an event for a week and a half, would that be enough of preparation time? Would you need 10 months, 9 months, 6 months in advance?
Oh, it always depends. But well, of course, when it's the World Championship, you have the
Yeah.
motivation higher. Let's be honest.
Well, we need we need
Uh,
to we need to have a proper name, of course, for the event, so that
yeah, yeah.
you can
Or
you can
high stakes Gomoku with prize money. I
yes,
can
you
I
can
can
then
sign for it.
more easier. You can negotiate with your significant other, But there
Yeah,
is there is this
that's it.
important tournament and event I must go. So maybe Tropical Adventure is not that good
Yeah,
of a name.
and that's the thing. You have to always negotiate, and when you have children, you have to negotiate even more, and
Yeah,
so on and so on. But just back to this topic, I think for Gomoku people, it's still more hard to travel these distances because we are not so developed in a sense of our domestic organizations and support even from public money, for example. I'm not sure how they do it in Estonia, but I think there is definitely very good support for young players who want to travel with the school. And so this is not existing in Gomoku. We are doing some support, for example, in Czech Association for young players. We time to time for the important competitions we can do something, but not in large scale, of course. And I think we are in the best positions over the other countries in this. So it's not so easy.
right. Yeah, I'm not very familiar with the sponsorships and like um, getting funds from government on this. So maybe that's a question I could ask a couple of weeks from now from Madly, or perhaps I can talk to Ants at some point and have him as a guest here as well. So
Mm.
it would be I think some kind of scholarship thing for travel would be beneficial, and I think they have some initiatives with RIF, but uh, I'm not familiar with that side.
Something, but I think the budget is quite limited. So it's a great thing for Estonian or Russian players that they have this support in the background
Yes.
of their organizations.
So, moving on, about a little bit, couple words of your personal life, if you want to. You just mentioned the family and mentioned that side. I think it's natural to ask if you don't mind sharing the world. What do you do, and do you have any other hobbies besides Komoku and Renju?
Uh, yeah, sure, sure. Uh, I have lovely wife, of course, which I should mention first. I'm not sure if she's listening now, but hello for the case. And by the way, our wedding was a great event, even for Gomoku, because lots of friends from Gomoku arrived there. So it was a very nice day back then. And otherwise, I'm working basically as in the Ministry of Industry and Trade here as an economist, sort of head of unit, which is organizing some programs for like guarantees, loans, venture capital for entrepreneurs in Czech Republic. So that's
Nice.
my
Huh.
that's my daily work.
I know where to submit my application then.
Yeah, yeah. If you find business in Czech Republic, we can sort it out.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's some instant ideas, you know, how how to get funding for Gomoku and Renju.
Yeah,
EU level funding. Well,
yeah. Unfortunately, it's not so easy, but
maybe not.
uh,
Yeah.
it can be interesting. Yeah.
And
So
free
that's
time
it.
with free time besides Gomoku and Renju, you do some sports.
Time to time. I don't have any regular sport which I would attend, although I love to play table tennis or
Yes.
badminton, tennis, even football time to time. But in later years, usually I play football just on the gomoku events.
Yes.
So that's about it. I love music and I play piano or regularly. So that's, I guess, my main hobby apart of Gomoku.
Nice.
Yeah.
So, closing into 2 hours of the call,
How
and
could we take it so long?
it's good. I've enjoyed the conversation so far. If you feel like, are there any bigger topics on your mind that you would like to discuss now before we move forward with the schedule?
I think we talked a lot.
Yeah, covered quite a bit of topics.
Yeah.
Uh,
I don't
sh-
envy somebody who will listen to it afterwards.
no,
Or,
no. I think people are quite keen on and these long form podcasts. You know, I didn't think 2 years
yeah.
ago that these were possible. But
Yeah. But actually, I personally am keen to listening to these things. So it's good format.
thanks. And based on the feedback I've gotten, there are quite a lot of people asking and saying, "Jussi, hey, this is interesting content. Keep on doing it," and ask a lot of other guests and in different kinds of people from both sides of the game. So my guess my goal is to have Gomoku players and Renju players, old players, young players, experienced players, world champion level players, uh, and men and women also. So it's not only guys. Uh, so let's see if I succeed or not, and if you can help on talking to some of your friends and
Sure, sure.
we'll see. Hopefully we'll get a lot of interesting people
Yeah, yeah.
over the summertime.
Time's up for Brian. That was a great session.
Which one?
So
Paya. Yeah, yeah,
with Brian, so more
yeah.
guests of the
She's
nicer
absolutely
gender.
absolutely super. A great friend and good conversation there. If anybody wants to see that session, go and have a look at the. She absolutely destroyed me on the games. But other than that, I think it went a little bit dark on your side, the lighting.
Right.
So not a big issue there, but so
And
it's better, even though the lighting is behind you. But
just
no big. No, it's alright. I need to do some editing. Although if somebody,
oh,
yeah,
you have like things to choose.
I was just saying that I probably need to do some editing. But anyways, if somebody watches hour and 50 minutes, this long for a podcast, they don't really mind
Yeah.
if there is a little bit of craziness. But the lighting is perfect now, so it's good.
At least you can see my kitchen. That's the best part of my
That's a pretty
apartment.
kitchen. It's good. Yes, it's good.
Yeah. Okay. So corner opening. I always try to think about the position first, and just to try to win the positional struggle and create alongside. So this is very interesting game with Michal Zajc, which was the first game on the World Championship 2013, a very important one because Michal was very strong back then as well, and I really needed this first good win to be on board to win something on the championship. And he just opened the corner opening, which he was like always opening some sort of this. But I just couldn't make any meaningful preparations before it. So I just realized it would be best to put something which I have never put ever, and try to think as fresh as I could. So I went from the position quite classically, and there were some logical moves, and maybe I try to zoom it a bit.
Please. Now it's
Oh
okay.
no,
All right.
okay.
Um. Yeah. Let's keep it like this if possible, because
Okay.
I'm trying to zoom it as well, and if you zoom and I zoom, well,
Sorry. So we went in like a typical positional struggle from the corner. That's the one of the gomoku disciplines, so to say. And now, this was the crucial point here in this whole situation, because there were like dangerous black side here.
I agree.
Yeah, not really much for white with some direct threats like this, because otherwise the black is continue to encircle you,
Right.
and he can continue here above as well. So it was uneasy to make something, and finally some idea arrived, so to say, and I continue with this move, which is kind of interesting because it really makes something here, and it kind of also control this right side currently. And you can maybe think of some combinations of with this button too as well. So it's very live move, and it was actually exactly what I needed against Michal, because he continued with this black, and now I just started to play my my usual game, which I implement so often in my corner games. So
So
here you can
trying to
see,
get to center.
yeah, try to get to center, try to win the positional advantage, and to keep the position under control. Yeah, and to basically have the incentive when it really can you give something. So here you can see that really black is starting to struggle positionally, and he can do something attacking, but it's really not that easy. And he continued with this one, which
Yeah.
again gave me opportunity to follow up my plan.
More
Yeah.
surrounding moves and
Yes,
more lines and usage of space in the center.
that's it. That's it. And yeah, he tried to fight back somehow, but here I had the opportunity to take another line, which proved to be beneficial in later game. And after that, he played, I think, interesting move, which definitely controlled this area of the game. But here, that was exactly the opportunity for something active from my side. Yeah. So you can maybe guess that this is
Wow.
logical move.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it wasn't. Uh, it wasn't so straightforward as well, because black has some opportunities to counterattack here now with this
And it
with
takes
nice couple.
some calculation skill just to double check
Yeah,
that black doesn't have a VCT or any
yeah,
kind of cut to your plan. So I can sense that for me, that kind of white move as it is as you made, it's quite quite advanced move, because you really have to look at the lines and make sure that black
yeah,
cannot
yeah.
do anything.
Yeah, and that's what I like. I like to be bold in the attacks, to just calculate better than my opponent, and to give him some opportunities to counter attack, but in a way that I would come from it better. So that would be uh, as I like it. And just wanted to show this sequence, which didn't happen, but actually that's why I played this move after all, because if he wants to play counter attack, he stopped here, and you see suddenly here's VCF,
Wow.
and he cannot stop me
Yeah.
uh, here. So just quickly return it to this position. And so this looks promising, definitely. He was forced basically to be passive,
Yeah, you must
but
feel good when he plays that move.
yeah, something like, okay, according to the plan. Yeah. But no easy way, of course. This is again logical, but there is too much black material to be simple. Yeah. So we use that tree, and the position started to be much more complex suddenly. Yeah. Now Of course, I was trying to look for some direct combination and VCT,
Yeah.
but just wasn't there or anywhere I could see it. So at the end, I was running out of time slowly, but rather quickly here, and I decided, okay, I just have to make the stop here and give him opportunity to make something still, because I don't have VCT. So at this point, I didn't have straight threatening move, so he had the floor to make something. But I calculated as best as I could to hope that there is nothing really. But as you see, here is this couple, and this space was quite open. So so here I had, like, I don't know, 2-3 minutes left, and just praying, okay, let this calculation be good. And he continued, providing the threat here, of course, VCF. But I managed to counter it with my position here. So now I have VCF. You have to do something about it. And he did here. And now there is already a way to win, but it was kind of tricky, so I really enjoyed finding it in short time at the end. So I used this one, and you will see shortly how it worked. This was just for the time, for Fischer.
Wow.
And after that, yeah, you see he has to block win there. There's another combination. He can defend it by this 4, like that, but he opened me this line at the bottom, so finally I could win. So this is the kind of game which I always enjoyed the most. Some really fierce struggle, full of positional battle and attacks, counter-attacks.
Fighting spirit.
Yeah, fighting spirit. Okay. I picked up too many maybe, so let's see how much
No, we have all the time
energy we have.
We have all the time in the world.
Yeah.
Don't
so
stress about that.
Probably maybe my most famous game, or it made a lot of buzz at that time, because it was the game against Attila Demian, who was basically unbeatable at World Championships. And I think he still has the record at the final A without a single lose in the regular games at the final from other players than me. And I was able to beat him twice, at 2009 and then in 2013. And both games were actually very similar in terms of position and quick procedure, so to say. But they were actually quite different in my mind, because 2009 there was the center opening of Attila, which he, I guess, prepared for the championship. And I just didn't have any knowledge of that. I came to play and managed to pick up the right variation.
Yep.
Attila played suboptimal move there, he believed probably from his analysis that he was correct at that time, but I managed to find the right sequence and actually win very quickly. So,
Nice. Let's see.
but it wasn't this game. I can show it later afterwards.
Yep.
This one was similar story, but it was even more interesting with this background we had from this World Championship, because he was again the one who put the opening, and he put this one. That was at that time very popular center opening. I played it also on the internet a couple of times, so he could check my games. But I didn't play the variant which I prepared before this championship, and which was actually winning in the main variant, which was known up to that time. So I took white, and now there's these are the nice strategic battling during these long games where there's lots of in stake, and if you know your opponent well, you can prepare some strategy, and you can surprise him in a way that he wouldn't expect, and that was what actually happened, because I knew he will put me something like this, so I was able to expect some range of openings which I prepared the night before for, and luckily I had the ace in the pocket for this variant. So my strategy was basically to ensure him that I don't know the variant as
Yes.
well as he
You
would know.
actually do. Yeah.
Yeah, because here was basically the turning point. That was the standard move which I played here, right? It continues with another standard move here, which usually in the games which were played went in a variant which were advantages for black. But there were also, of course, some other possible moves which makes the position more adventurous, and they were not analyzed at that point very much. So because everybody thought, okay, this is sufficient.
Right.
But there were this move, I think, like these moves which I wanted to avoid. So I just, I think at this point I spent like 15 minutes or 20 minutes on the board and thinking and try to look stressful.
Wow.
As I don't know how to play this, so give me time.
Seriously, you used
Yeah.
10-15 minutes of your game time for a
Yes,
bluff.
for a big bluff, yes.
That is amazing. That is really like if you tell 2 or 3 minutes, that I can wrap my head around. But seriously, if
Yeah,
you used your own time in a championship game for 10-15 minutes as a bluff, wow.
yeah. Exactly. So, so
Nice.
that was a nice move, and I succeeded because indeed he played very quickly.
Yeah.
After this, my move, the main variant,
Yes.
and here I, in a split second, played this, and of course now he probably sensed that something
Was
is
wrong.
not as right
Yeah.
as it could be. Because this, I haven't seen this move in any other games apart of the one which I played with Bano a couple of weeks before this. And like funny enough, I won that game with the black then, but when I analyzed it afterwards, I just couldn't see any good continuation for black. So I then basically found Shorvin variant here and applied for Attila. So because now because this is not really a logic move if you at least for the first sight, and nobody really tried it before, I guess, or I don't know. So many players missed it uh, in their analysis,
Yeah.
which is interesting enough. And probably this couldn't really happen nowadays when programs are so advanced that you can find Sherwin in a split second, even in complex positions. So
Yes.
those were the old good times. So here you can play basically both blocks. Both are interesting, but
Just to explain for the viewers, I think
yeah.
there might be one or two that really didn't understand what was the fuss earlier on. So you used 10 to 15 minutes to bluff and pretend that you're not sure what to play, fully aware that you were to play something out of the normal theory. And then, you counted on that to exchange that 10-15 minutes of you losing your time, he would play it quicker and not think that you had prepared, as opposed to if you had played that confidently right away, then he might have stepped back and changed something.
Yeah, yeah. And you can see I used 72 minutes.
Yeah.
Of course, I used something to then implement the win, but
Yes.
good portion of it was
But
was
you
just
you you
bluff.
still think today that it made at least somewhat difference that you used that time
Oh,
earlier on.
definitely,
Yeah.
definitely. If I just would play blind moves, maybe the result would be the same. But
Maybe not.
I think it was good that I ensured his certainty about the way he will overplay me. Yeah.
And this is exactly the content, these kind of stories I'm looking for, the emotions down the road and the experiences and the chances. If you look at your 10 minutes, it can be really, really valuable in a championship game, even though you have a lot of
Mhm.
time, on your hand. It's still 10 minutes or 15 minutes. And, to sacrifice that as a bet, as in a bet, I think that's, I'm happy to hear that story. I'm hoping somebody else, get inspiration and dares to do that in a game or dares to do that in a life. That's a life lesson for you.
Yeah, and gomoku can be really like poker sometimes.
Absolutely.
Especially
Yeah.
with this swap to option, and you
Yeah.
are playing with expectations always.
Yes.
You expect, oh, he know this variant or
Yes.
how to play. Yeah, and always when you know your opponent, it's always advantage, of course,
Yeah.
because you can count with some reactions. Yeah. So this was the result. And here is the fancy move, which like makes the logic of this whole situation. Yeah. It's really the beautiful one because now the black player has basically nothing to do. He uses, of course, this very logical continuation,
Yeah.
and now. What would you tend to do would be to block with your direct threat, yeah,
Yes.
to make some continuation. But the right thing to do is just calmly block here. And now, funny enough, black has nothing basically.
Right.
And there are many ways how to play here, which are still demanding for white. But he then choose this one, which I don't know, probably I didn't even knew exactly the continuation here, but at this position I was already able to count a win, even though it was still interesting. So I played here because now he can't just play here because there is VCT.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
he needs to block here, and now there's a simple nice move, and he can't really block. Yeah. And the end.
Yes. Yes.
So that was ridiculously quick game, but so it happens sometime when you are playing the Terry and some surprise occurs. Yeah, and it was very important for me because I had a couple of draws at the beginning of this tournament, so I didn't have the best position in the table. But then I was catching up, and I had a great series of wins, and I really needed to win this one to be able to get a medal. And I think important thing is that I was like really confident that I will win it anyhow. So that's also an important thing in every game. As well,
Nobody
yeah,
is unbeatable, you know.
yes,
Even
exactly.
if somebody appears to be, and that's actually some motivation or inspirational podcast that I've been listening lately. David Goggins, this beast, toughest man alive when it comes to physical endurance, ultra runner, and he's a sick guy. He tells that story like when you're facing an opponent that he uses Roger Federer with tennis as an example. If you're playing somebody who is you look up to, but you both
Mm,
are pros in the game, you're facing them and you're looking up to them, and if you succeed and you're in the fifth frame or fifth session, fifth game, whatever those are, I don't know the terminology in tennis, but when you're in the fifth and last round, you might end up regretting for giving him the first couple of games, first
mm,
couple of sets for free, just because you didn't believe in yourself. You did if you don't start from the scratch and go for it, go at it right away, and not give any slack just because they're famous or they're the best in the game. But if
yeah.
you go it right then and just fucking fight it out, that's when you stand a chance. But if you start playing at the fourth game or fifth game, when it's a decider, you already give too much leeway for your opponent uh, before the fight actually even starts. And I find it inspirational, and I heard him
Mm.
say a couple times, and I can see it there, with that attitude, when you tell that Attila was basically unbeatable, but I did beat him, and I think it's a
Yeah, lots of lot in gomoku is about head as in other sports, most definitely. So you can say with some players which uh, there are times when they are just beating you and you don't believe in yourself, and you have to turn it around, and then it can be quite opposite, and you have the series of your own where they can't beat you.
yes.
So it's about spirit, yes.
Plus preparation in this example as well.
Most definitely, most definitely. And this is just quick show of this first game, which I mentioned, which was really about spirit uh, from my side, because he played, you see, very
Similar, yeah.
similar. The one was here before.
Right.
Uh, I just played. I just told to myself, okay, he expects me to play swap two right away, or to take black and just somehow defend. So what I shall do is just to surprise him and take white and attack, and that's what I did. And funny enough, it succeeded because he played then here, and I already knew, like calculated he just can't play this move. So when he did, I really was surprised, and after like another half an hour, I guess, of calculations, I just see that he has no chance to stop me here. Because if I will play just here, the bold move,
Yeah. Yeah.
he has nothing to play here.
Right.
Everything is settled. He cannot use this tree at all. So
No,
that
why?
was
Why
the
not?
end.
Why not?
Yeah.
Why not?
So sometimes it happens.
Can you show what happens? I didn't get that far. It was
Yeah.
the
Well,
the one before, like
yeah.
down.
So basically here
If you play down
he or what do you mean?
before this move, so that black move, if he defends down.
Okay.
Sorry
He
for
will
my ignorance. I'm not
he
as
plays
good
here,
as.
right?
Yeah.
Okay, he can just play here. I'm not sure if with four or without, but you see there is a VCF
Okay. All right. All
VCF
right.
counter
Yeah.
attack, and
Yes.
that's the end. Yeah. So that was this one. Ah, so just one more example of this fighting spirit games which I adore so much. And this one is a bit different because I was putting the opening, and
That is
I
for a
was
renju player. I'm getting panicked when I see anything like that.
yeah. But nowadays in Gomoku, it's not even like a surprise. Well, we are so used to these situations now that really uh, just put swap two and keep fighting. Yeah.
How would you say that how to approach for a renju player who wants to put a swap two in something like this? How do you approach it?
Oh,
What's the
there
mentality?
are certain strategies. Definitely more strategies to go with. Some are more advanced. Uh, I think the basic for the beginner, I would always say, okay, just put some stone to the black one, some stone to the white one, and see what happens. Yeah?
Yeah.
Because in this way, of course, this is probably less balanced that it could be. You have to still count heavily to make the proper position. But yeah, it's still roughly playable situation, and White can do something with it. There are more advanced strategies when, of course, it's better when you can prepare the swap too.
Mm.
Then you can hide your scheme into the opponent's opening, and it's of course the best way to do. But even here, I imagine you can apply some opening which you know. For example, starting with this stone, but this is I don't know. There's no right way how to do it probably, but let's say there is some scheme you know, uh, which is from maybe these three stones,
Mm.
and you just apply the situation and try to ignore this one. yeah,
Ah,
and
I
to
see.
convert it to new opening. Yeah. So this can be also very interesting. And ideally, it requires some preparation, but there are players who can put it to you just out of the blue.
That must be a nice feeling when somebody opens something like this and you can create a variation of your previous
Yeah.
opening to other opening schemas, and you know something they probably don't know.
You know what's the worst? What is happening nowadays? You just put very peaceful opening like this,
Yeah.
and some idiot will put a total scheme out of it. So we play something like this, and oh, so this is a nice thing. So you can never be sure, basically.
Nothing
Maybe
safe
with
anymore.
even this one, I think I could make some charm with this.
Nice.
Yes. So here in this game, Ilya, I put this because Ilya was choosing the color actually during this tournament, almost in all the openings. But from some reason, he just didn't decide to choose the color, which is a shame because otherwise this is a very complex and quite balanced or definitely not trivial opening for both colors. So I was quite sure uh, I cannot lose at least easily, even if he knew. And yeah, he put swap 2, which was definitely a good idea. And you can see this approach. So again, very
Blocking
easy.
those lines and then
Yeah,
taking something next to the.
and something. So this is always a big question when the opponent returns you the situation like this, which is new for you, and you have just the dilemma. Okay, will I be the one who will create with white, usually, or isn't just good enough? And if you take the passive approach with black and control the position, because they will have the advantage of numbers, is it better? So it's always a big question, and quite often I just took black, but I felt I felt aggressive, so I wanted to create, and this was actually the game after I beat Attila, so
You
I
felt a
was
little bit
full of
ballsy about it.
self-confidence. Yeah,
Yes. That makes
and
sense, that move, because it's kind of, if black gets that it creates, all sorts of lines, but in the same time, it's center, and it
yeah,
connects all the
he
white
plays
moves.
he plays here. You have some possibilities maybe with this upper combination to create here, and vice versa. If he defends in this area, you can continue here. So at least it seemed good. I think when I looked afterwards, this was really very, very balanced swap 2 which he put. And so the situation was absolutely open. And yeah, he played here. And there are definitely some suboptimal moves which we made along the way, but it's always like that in these new situations where you have to just improvise. Yeah.
Yes.
So I tried to attack and to create some position, and I knew this is fine, but probably not just enough to force a win. Quite interesting defense moves, definitely. and just try to keep the initiative in a way that I don't lose the position, which can happen in a very quick moment in these games. And that's the end for white usually.
Yeah.
Forced him to play this 4, and here I had to plan that okay, I didn't succeed in the initial phase, but the position still isn't that bad, and actually I have good opportunities at this side if I just keep him under control. And this situation was interesting, but I didn't find a very good continuation for black, so I went for it, and he tried here, but okay, I blocked. And now he played this move, so okay, he needed to block somewhere. This wasn't probably ideal, but now I really felt I have some opportunities to again catch the game and overwhelm him with some attack. So of course I did try the most aggressive continuation I could come with. And here this is really complex after this move. I tried to find a VCT. I was almost sure I can have some continuation here, but there just wasn't anything worth at all because of this 4, which can cover lots of the threats after this. So I went here, but then I just wasn't able to find anything direct. So here there was again this big decision, because with this tree I gave him this stone, which can be very dangerous, because here with this line you have some very good opportunities to make counter-attack and very dangerous situation. So here I tried to calculate how good it went, and then I wasn't really sure whether there can be something forced or not. So at the end, I just stick with it that okay, I don't see anything at the moment, although I don't see that there isn't anything for 100%. But okay, I need to win, and I trust myself that I just need to win this game, and I can overplay him. So I just risked it and continued with attack. And I had already very few time at this point again, which is usually when I play these games. So he did, of course. Yeah. He did, of course. Here I had prepared defense, and I think after all I counted pretty well, because there shouldn't be a forced win. So good for me, but I wasn't sure at that time. But the way he played it afterwards, there was definitely nothing. I was sure already at this situation. Okay, so he came back to me, so to say, and we had the end of the time, basically, definitely for me. So I needed to convert this this position to something something decisive, and I'm kind of proud about this sequence I ventured at this very few time. Here there is this thread of overline, which is of course important. There is VCF, so it connects you all kind of lines very nicely. So, and I think now, yeah, I use this combination. This is clear. I just changed my position, and now it comes. Yes, this was the key move, which suddenly I think was undefendable. And because here you have VCF 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah.
If he plays something like this, there should be also. Oh, or maybe this actually happened. Because now you see
Yeah.
everything must be in right order. So let's this variant happened in the real game, and it was outside of this. Everything was okay. So this was a game which I again enjoyed very much, and it was important in the tournament as well.
If somebody asks, what's the level of play, how would you describe in renju? You would probably say that's 7-8 done at least. Do you use rating, or how would you describe that? Just World Championship
Yeah,
level.
we use rating, so I didn't ever get this done system at all because I'm not sure how is it calculating, but I don't think it's the most objective way to have the power of the player like at the moment.
Okay.
But I don't know. So I know that the ninth dan is the highest, I think, but yeah. So
Generally
this was
speaking,
the
outside Japan, 8 done, but yeah,
yeah.
not.
These are the best gomoku players at the world championship. So
Yeah.
Ilya wasn't playing the good tournament at that time. I think it was his first AT, but still he was strong player definitely.
And
But
he's regular on the AT with Gomoku.
yeah, he definitely played some ATs after that, and he was successful. I think mainly in the Russian tournaments. He was number one of them for a couple of years.
Yeah.
But yes, it's true that there were some Russians who had better success in the international championships, like Osipov or Kozhin, Taranikov maybe. Yeah. As I said, some suboptimal moves definitely happened in this whole situation, but I liked the way it was played with certain phases which I needed to overcome and risk after that the final attack.
Yeah, I really like your way of explaining it and going into emotions, going into the chat. Like it's not easy after 8 years to recall those, but when I'm asking people to show some memorable games and positions that affected them, I think you're doing exactly that. So I thank you for it. And I'm learning, and I'm being entertained at the same time.
Whoa.
So this is really really good stuff.
More than unexpected. Great. Yeah, but I like it. Definitely, I like to hear about these moments myself. So when somebody writes some article about games, and he put not only the like how he calculated or what were the possible alternatives, but exactly some emotions or the
Yeah.
way of thinking that's the most interesting actually.
Yes.
Yeah,
You can derive something for your own play style or
yeah,
preparation or approach in a certain situations. And I think, if you don't have a coach, you mentioned earlier today that you didn't really have a mentor to teach you those things. I didn't either. Yes,
mhm,
Ando was my original, you know online renju class teacher, and there were many behind after that, but there wasn't nobody really to coach me for an extended period of time besides Kari and Samuli and Marco, perhaps. How to approach, when do you decide when to attack, when not to attack, what do you what should you think. And if I didn't do that 20 years ago or 18 years ago, I might as well pick some brains of the best players in the world. Why not? If they say yes, then you know I'm getting free teaching here. But yeah,
yeah,
let's move. You have
yeah.
Soli's game.
So this game, yeah. Just to say to this, I even used to hear some guy on YouTube who was explaining some games from chess from the great masters like Mikhail Tal or peoples like that. And I don't play chess at all, but it was interesting still from the tactical point of view, and I think it could be beneficial for any game.
Yes.
So Zoli, this was really close game. uh, Again against later world champion on this very tournament. I had very bad tournament this AT. It was in Prague, where I was also the main organizer. But
Great event,
still,
by the way.
yeah, great event. And still, this is another example how it's good to know your opponent, because I knew Laszlo is extremely strong player. He likes to play the position, so basically outmaneuver you and later just use this situation. So I try to find some opening which could use this approach against him. And this time I didn't use any schemes, sort of, but sort of weird corner opening, which resembles some openings of like Dubsky or some Hungarian players in a bit. But I have never played this one before, and I just very quickly like prepared some ways how is it possible to play it, but I didn't have the experience of playing it myself, so it was a bit venture, most definitely. But the idea was okay. Zoli likes to play positionally, so I will put him sort of opening where I can use against him this approach and the fact that he is playing at some points of the game very fast and quite careless at points, because he is very self-confident player. And this is how it went. So basically, uh, I use this plan to make some combinations which don't see so much dangers, but can create something. And he continued with exactly sort of positional move which would you expect from him. So now basically you can guess the VCT here because it's already won.
Yeah, you had it out in the open before, so
Yeah.
but I would probably, yeah, I would go added straight, so middle and then the
Yeah. And it's a tricky one because you need to use a bit finesse. Now, okay, he needs basically to play down. Otherwise, of course, it's easy here.
yes.
And now there is a bit tricky move after this one. So here again, no way to choose, and this was the one. So
Ah, so difficult to find those because it's inner and you're taught not to play inner structure necessarily. At least I was taught that, and
yeah, so if you imagine that there are only basically four moves, three black moves at the beginning, I think, or four,
yeah,
then it can be tricky to visualize. And yeah, Zoltan just was careless to check it basically, and then I looked at the board and starting to think, oh, what if I play actually straight?
it's so tough to do that kind of attack because VCTs are so easy or VCFs are even easier, you know, if they're straight wins. But that is a
Yes,
straight attack, but it's not making a three. It's making a
yeah. And
VCF
now,
threat.
yes, that is exactly the sort of thing which you over overlook.
Yeah.
And now, if you choose play here, he did. So what else can be done? Yeah, here you can't play because of this continuation.
And then you
Here,
win. Yeah.
anywhere. So this was actually the end. So
Yes.
yeah, so ridiculously quick, but there was again some story behind it, so to say, at least.
Yes.
But even after this game, Zoli was able to win, I think, all the games after it, and Dubsky at that time lost some games, and Zoli became world champion. So
Yeah. I think Solly mentioned that game on his session.
really,
Yeah, I think he mentioned he might have been a little bit ill, like sick, you know, have like serious cold or something going on.
uh,
So
you know,
he
you know.
wasn't feeling fresh at all, if I recall.
Yeah, but I recall we just after this game exactly we were so fast that we were able to continue to the Blitz tournament after that. So it was kind of funny, and we both attended. Okay, so I'm not sure if you're still. I don't know. Maybe it's time to show some renju for the change,
Yes, please.
and just yeah. So just to remind me about my happy starts. This game I still remember very lively because it was from this European Championship where I faced with basically no experience with Renju, these old Renju masters, and I faced Maxim Karasiev in one game, and he put this opening. It was yeah, and of course I didn't knew it at all. So probably he was counting on this and put me a variant which, of course, it's I guess stronger for black. So yeah, I just took black, and this was the fifth move which was chosen, and I just try to make simple moves,
Yeah.
And at this point, he tried to trick me, I guess, in a sort of play, because here it looks definitely dangerous for white, especially
Mm.
when counting the falls. There are some possibilities, but I spent some time on the board and then just said to myself, "Oh, fuck it, you won't play with me. You won't play with me, Max."
Nice. I'm playing my game.
And luckily I didn't count badly, not at all, because he of course made the continuation.
Yes. Yeah, you can't start defending up there. You have to try at least.
Yeah, of course, and it was still interesting, but
Yes.
I knew it wouldn't be so good. So he arrived at this point, and I try to put here.
That is a lot of stones to calculate in your head if you're not,
Yeah, and
especially if you're not, renju player and you have to be sure there is no fouls.
yeah, the falls are not very good. I'm not sure if I counted already with these final combinations at the start, but at this point I just looked at Maxim and yeah, played a 4. And you can see there is a VCF combination.
Yeah.
So he looked at me at this uh, bad Russian look. He gave me, oh, and that's how we became friends.
Yeah.
So nice,
No,
nice
Karasiev, that's
remembrance.
he's a true champ.
Yeah.
And that
So
was that was that was 2006, so that's like 2 years since you started. That's amazing.
yes,
That's
yes,
amazing. Like your progress is that was pretty phenomenal stuff if you think about it. Normally people get to one dan level in Renju, in a year. And if that's one of your first games of Renju after 2 years after you started with Gomoku.
yeah. I was spending loads of time with Gomoku games at that time, so it
Yeah,
it went really quick. So I think the I started the live tournament at Hradec Králové, as I told you, where I didn't succeed very much, of course. But the next year I won the tournament already, so it was nice. And I'm not sure if I did so much progress since then, to be honest. Maybe I'm worse now than I was back then.
perhaps.
Uh, yeah, young brains, young brains.
Yeah.
So one more Renju. This was the recent one. I just want to share my pleasure of playing Taraguchi, which can be really fun. Time to times, even for players like me who don't have any theoretical preparations. And this was one of these very nice Play 5 tournaments which we held, and there was nice competition. And we had 10 minutes plus 5 seconds, which is, of course, not long, but
It's
yeah,
not bits either.
you can make something of it. And of course, for players like me, I spent half of the time at the beginning phase. Uh, doesn't matter if it's 10 minutes or 1 hour, I guess, but just to calculate everything for myself and then
I'm
find
really
some way to
getting
play.
like mixed emotions about if we play a couple of games at the end of today's session. I really want to fight,
Oh,
but I
come on, come
if
on, come
if
on.
we if you're playing, I hope I can make, because you show really some phenomenal positions and counting abilities, and I'm so rusty. And let's hope I can do at least some game. But I like,
Ah, these were the old times, and I had time to calculate. Of course,
yeah,
that's the main thing. I'm the sort of player who really takes his time when he has the opportunity to do so. And the more time I have, the better I am, definitely. Because at 1 minute, for example, I'm really average or slightly above average. At the best, I use my experience, but otherwise, I don't do 1 minute games very well. I do better blitz at the live tournaments,
yeah,
definitely, where there is some fisher
yes,
which I can rely on.
yeah,
But 1 minute is not for me. So here was this. It was the actually the last round of this tournament, which went very well for me, and I knew that if I win this game, I will win the tournament probably as well. And it was against Michał Żukowski, which is obviously, I guess, the strongest Polish renju player. He can be very competitive even with guys from Estonia at the Sora, so nothing too easy. He put me this opening, and okay, basically my strategy for this tournament was to make it interesting. So I played this this fourth move, and it's the similar logic like when you are putting swap two. You want to play new position.
I really like it. I really like, I want to play it that way. Play daring fourth moves, and just pray that there's no 10.
Yeah, just do pray. But yeah. But if even there is probably possibility to put very much winning black moves. But even if there is sure win for this opportunity, it's a new position, yeah? And some moves definitely will be roughly playable, and you can surprise your opponent
Yeah,
anytime. So this gives you the edge of surprise
yeah.
at the very least.
But for a longer tournament, it's just super super difficult unless you prepare to come up with a balanced one, and a good player can sort out which
Oh,
which is better, or at least be able to balance it out.
yeah, maybe I will have some opportunity in the future to apply it in some more longer tournament. But I think it could work basically on anybody this way. Just funny thing, I think this tournament was live streamed by Dima Epifanov.
Yeah.
So he was making comment, which I heard afterwards, and it was really funny because he said something. Oh yeah, Laube again, these crazy moves, and then I played here, and he said, okay, uh, this is deal done for black, and but it wasn't as easy. So I played afterwards. I think Zukol made the right decision. Of course, when somebody plays you this crazy move, just let him think. Yeah, because now I needed to find some balancing move, which is very difficult, of course. And I came with this one, and
I
yeah.
think for fun games, that statement is more true than official like tournaments, because if you're in a tournament, you never know if your opponent has prepared that fourth. more.
Yes, that's
And
that's
so
true.
so
That's true. Mm.
you have to balance it out, and you have to take risks.
Yes.
And then I assume that your level, and with Martin Höbemäki we discussed this topic longer on a previous episode, that good players have to consider which third move they allow the other one to put
Mm.
because of the
Yeah,
fourth
yeah.
moves.
It's the same like in the swap two when you are choosing. Okay, what should I do? You have this game of expectations, and
Yeah.
it's the
Yeah.
nice element in Taraguchi now.
Yes.
Yeah. So afterwards, I just continued to play, and I think this was a very actually good move. And the position suddenly became quite complex because what do you want to play here if you want to have something really uh, okay, this is probably something what you can read as the best solution,
How about
which
the
Zuko did.
H6? It's a little
H6.
bit closer.
Could be good. We
Maybe
don't
not.
have the
Maybe not.
analyzing board, but yeah, here you have probably the. But I think something similar as
Yeah.
happens could be played
Yeah.
because now I had the upper material to counter this. And here again, seems strong for black, but there's nothing much to do. If you block just here or something like this, there should be win. So you need to balance somehow this position here. So maybe this is only move. I don't know. At least it seems definitely logical. But now it's open game. White had some material. Black, of course, seems a bit in better shape still, but as it went further, we shoot our guns
Yeah.
and we arrive to this position. Yeah.
Yes.
Uh, which again is quite surprising because you would say, okay, there must be some way how to connect these lines over to each other, as you call tried, but now everything is basically checked. Everything is checked by white. So if you uh, just want to apply this combination and go here, this move is h4 is basically countering everything, and vice versa. This couple is countering nicely the black material here.
Yeah.
So yeah, and I arrived to this. I had maybe I don't know 15 seconds left or something like that. But now Zuko needed to start thinking as well. So he used also almost all his time to find something, and yeah, there was nothing. So I played here, and I think I missed some opportunities even in this side which could be decisive, and but at the time I just didn't have any time to think straight.
Yeah.
I was just, oh fuck, did I count it well? And what? And I knew if I play here, I will just balance the position and let's see. And at the countdown, I have the white, so
And if you don't have the time and you make a mistakes trying to defend or attack something, then
Mm.
you might, lose both sides, and that's, game over then. So basically, if
Yes,
you
as
don't,
well.
yeah, yeah,
So this was my sure option which I applied because I didn't have time to
yes,
think anything better. Yeah. And now it was just nice clicking as we like it in Gomoku when there is no time.
yes.
So we exchange this moves in the seconds.
But it's still 5 seconds, so you don't have
Uh,
to do.
yes, yes.
It's still 5 seconds, so you don't have to do a super quick unless you
Mhm.
want to.
Yeah, 5 seconds. It's at least something.
Yeah.
So I could use it maybe better, but that's the way. So I just put his material. He tried to attack still. Looked very strong, but yeah, here I'm maybe messed up a bit. But the important thing was that here, though it looks like the end
Yeah.
after this move,
Yeah.
uh, no, it's not because of this move. So
I
I
see. I
survived. You
see.
see,
Yes. Yes.
so good for me. I survived here, and I finally could do something. Yeah. And against white at these situations, it's gonna be messy. And I think here it was already the end, because here I have every. If he would play here, I think I have some. Maybe just this. If he would play here, I have some kind of fall. I hope. I don't see it now. Oh yeah, I just another VCF. Pum pum pum. Oh no. No. Oh, okay, I see. See, there was foul here.
Double three.
Yeah, double free. So just
Ah, yes. No,
yeah.
you can disrupt it now.
Yeah. Pum pum. And begin. Oh no. So once more. I think I would play. There is still this four.
Mm.
So you can make four out of this one,
Yeah.
and then it will be double four
Double four. Right.
afterwards. So yeah, but I was able at least to do. So then it's easy.
Mm.
So that's why I like Toraguchi at least. Yeah, that's it. So probably that was enough games.
Yeah, it's interesting stuff. 3 hours, 15 minutes plus, and we still have a bunch of people looking. So I think we can have a 5 minute break here. What do you think? I'll have
Yes.
I'll have a beer. I need one to calm my nerves a little bit. And what do you think? 15 minutes and 2 seconds per move.
Can be.
Would that be all right?
Yeah, hopefully.
Let's try couple games, two games, and I hope I can get at least 15 moves. to the board, so I won't
Oh, come on, come on.
embarrass myself. Or
Don't act as a renju amateur.
psychology going on
Yeah,
already.
I know these tricks, and
Yeah,
I'm ready to lose. I can ensure you.
yeah. All right. Let's keep a couple minutes break, and we'll see again. And I have the game room on. You're in play 5.
Yes,
I'm sitting down and get loop. Sit
right
down.
here.
Excellent. So yeah, let's start. Good luck.
Good luck, powodzenia. So what to do?
Yeah. Disclaimer: no preparations. Let's see.
I just need to realize how to play this. All right.
So you're giving me the second stone.
Yes.
I'll get indirect. I didn't want D11. I know you're a big fan of D11.
D11. I'm not sure if I could remember still.
Yeah, that's the yeah. For viewers, that's the most played RIF opening, where the RIF rule kind of collapsed.
Hmm.
My strategy is try to put a position where you would have to think at least 10 minutes on the boards in the beginning, and
I think you succeed.
yes, and now I really want to give you the fourth move, because I might remember the RIF versions. Maybe I don't.
I will challenge you, but I don't remember very much myself. So.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you the fourth move and then decide whether to put 10 or not.
All right, all right. Can't be bad.
Nice. I love it. For the record, I'm not putting 10. I am not putting 10, but the question is, can I make I it might seem lazy, but
Do dare, do
my
dare.
my strategy was to consume more of your time, and
Of course, you are not aware that I was preparing for this session,
for a
and
week.
exactly, yes. And now the secret trap.
Yes.
I will tell another podcaster about this trap the next session.
Yeah, nice. Yeah. Uh, yeah. All right. Show me a nice one.
All right, all right.
I'm just talking to the viewers. Don't let me bother. The okay, all right. So yeah, for the viewers, this is this is the trick for Taraguchi, you get the first three stones, and then if your opponent knows the theory, then if you play a normal looking fourth stone, then the game is pretty much over because the opening is so sharp. There might be some long variants, but it's a gamble because you don't know what your opponent knows about the RIF theory. But if you play a fourth move like this, uh, then you can disrupt the RIF theory because this is not something normal people play. and and but then if that happens without planning and theory preparation, then it then it's it can be tough to find playable fourth. And what I'm now thinking is I'm thinking that Laube uses, as he said he would, use half the time in the beginning. So if he does that, then I get advantage of those 5 minutes or 10 minutes that he uses, and I would gladly take that time advantage. Uh, but if he knew me better and if he knew that I'm so rusty, like I seriously haven't played in the last month and a half. I played some games, some training sessions, but I'm still so super rusty. So if he knew that, he wouldn't be using 5 minutes in the beginning. But this is all fun and games and entertaining purposes, so not serious game. Closing into 4 hours on the call already. It doesn't feel like anything more than hour and 20 minutes. It's been super fun chatting to an old friend. Can only hope I can find more people like Laube to have these podcasts with. It's no struggle at all, and great stories and educational as well. So
All
we are
right,
back.
all right, all right.
Nice. I was hoping and expecting something like that.
Yeah. Okay, so now the stress is gone and
Now the
we
uh,
just play.
we just play. Yeah, there is no stress, no stress at all.
I mean the stress to find the combinations where
Yes,
you survive the openings.
yes, maybe. Uh, yeah, let's, let's try white.
Mm. Hmm.
I was kind of expecting that. I don't know if
And
this is
what else to be done?
yes.
But oh, okay, maybe try the other one, but maybe not. Sure move.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, that is a good one. Bad choices everywhere.
Yeah. So far, the moves have been more or less what I thought. I don't know if that's a
Mm.
good thing or bad thing, but
It's always a good thing.
yes, maybe. But it's been like my planning and the reason why I made those movies. Try to like divide and conquer. So divide the black structures and separate them and try to like
Yeah.
that's if you think of renju different areas of renju mentality and teachings, I think at least I have internalized some of that.
Yeah. It's a
But
good thing for a white that he can be patient, basically.
yes, yes. And
So in
then
Gomoku, you would strive to some initiative, but yeah, in Renju, when you are white and you know you have slightly upper hand,
yes.
and this is big upper hand.
Wondering if the I5 is too straightforward. I'm just that's what I'm thinking. I'm like streaming wise, content creation wise, I'm freaked out because the only lesson I pretty much got into doing this, somebody who are streaming is never have a silent moment. No, we're both silent, and but luckily we don't have hundreds of thousands of people
Yeah,
watching yet, so I don't really have to worry about that.
but I expect your I5 for sure.
Yeah, I5, but it's like I'm starting to second guess myself. Is it too obvious?
There are other
Because
ways, of course.
maybe there is some super move here that, like, if you take that, then maybe I can take something else. And that's like, yeah, like beginner stuff, basically. But yeah, hey, I'll try something. Because if I take this and then you quickly take that, and then I find myself not having anything, and then I'm gonna like look back, always look back to the chance when I had a chance, at least a slight chance. So I'm now thinking it's either I5 or H4. I don't see anything else. I'm not super worried about your lines for some
Mm.
reason.
From good reasons.
Maybe even here, J4. No, it's too far. Is it? Yeah, it's too far. If I take that, you take that, and I take this. Hmm. Take this. Okay, let's do it. It looks more exotic. That's the only excuse I'm making here.
Mm. All right, what can I do? Easy situation in Gomoku.
I'm surprised. I was expecting the upper one,
Could be. Yeah.
but I don't. I was just expecting. I don't know.
I'm waiting the tricky fall.
Yeah. Uh, my strategy over the last couple of minutes have been just making moves that might look tricky and like waste your time.
Mhm.
so
That's
so far
great.
succeed. so
Great
far
one.
so far succeeded over 25 seconds per move. So
All right, all right.
Minutes for me, 24 seconds for you. Mm.
Hmm, interesting. Could make the overline, I guess. But here, okay. I need to stop talking and playing.
Maybe yes. Maybe that was irrelevant move on my part. I
No, it
think.
was bad move from my part, but uh, I just. Man.
Why can't I see it? Why can't I
Give
see it?
me, give me back my time.
Why can't I see it? Ah, ah yes.
So, is there a VCF after? Oh, maybe not.
Wow.
Ah.
Nice.
Yeah, so that's the way I played.
Yes, and that's the way I played. And I did get my 15 stones on the board. Ah. Another one?
Okay.
All right. Only two. Only two today. All right.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I'm psychologically like prepared to lose two games, but not more than that.
And I have already succeeded in my plan to at least one win.
Yes, yes, yes.
So I can play free as a bird, like a bird.
Um, I play here. Maybe my D11. Uh, uh, something interesting. Let's see if there is a fourth move somewhere that I like to try.
Um, every time basically, when I was playing renju at this B tournament, I was probably putting only the three, maybe with some
Yeah.
exceptions. I was always praying, oh, please don't put some crazy shit.
Like I don't want to play D3 against you. It's too easy, and you can out calculate and outthink me. And you probably know more about D3 than I do. I admit it, but there are some super nice ones, and I think this is one that I have played.
Oh, yes, there. Hmm. Okay, so here is the decision.
I would bet that you'll let me play the next one. I would bet that. But if I say confidently that I have played this before, do you trust me or do you not trust me?
I trust you. You are a good person. You see, you are not like me.
So let me play it.
Go for it.
I was pretty sure you would. I don't know. I haven't played this. Maybe here or here. I was thinking like something like this. Maybe something like this. This is
So
nice
that
because then you play here, I play here, then you play here, I play here, and then you play here. No,
good. I don't need to think anymore.
no. I play here. I play here. See what I did there? I used the same psychological thing. I didn't use 10-15 minutes, but I used your lessons from today. I spewed successfully 25 seconds of my time, and now you think that I don't have any planning.
Yes.
Which doesn't make any sense because it doesn't matter anymore at this stage, but
No.
it's not perfect, but it's, you know,
I think
trying.
we are showcasing renju here in these two games.
We are, and this is the best. This is absolutely the best, you know, just just try to figure out something, and the opening is what we made it together.
Mm.
It's there, and there is no blames. You can't say that my opponent made that.
Yeah.
You had your chance to affect every step of the way. So it's
Oh, geez, I'm white. That's never a good sign.
I decided to play white.
Oh, actually, yes. Or am I just teasing you?
I forgot you probably have master account for play five. Now I know what to blame when I lost the last game. You deducted 1 minute out of my clock. Yeah, master account. Nice. Nice.
Let's see. Yeah, I think generally this should be like white, but I'm not sure if this with this move, but definitely.
Yeah, looks strong. Looks strong. I don't know if I can block straight. I feel like I need to be active.
Yeah, but you can rely on my disability to play any force.
Maybe. Maybe.
Mm-hmm. I'll stick to my plan.
Yeah, it just felt like after I made that move that I'm giving way too much space and tempo for white this early without plan. It's not a good combo, no?
I don't see anything.
Yeah, yeah. Does not look good. No. But is it hopeless? Perhaps.
Well,
Can I do something?
as I tell myself always, uh, it's not. You can always block.
Yeah, but you can only block one line and then three lines coming
But
everywhere.
that's what I was telling to myself the last game.
Yeah. No, that's, um, I don't want to give you an extra stone, but I have to make a move somewhere. Shoot, it's not good. Unless I can find some crazy move, super move. I think this is done. I think this loses. Does it? I think it does.
Shoot.
It should. Yes.
But I must find it. Yeah.
Yeah, but no. But it feels like I have to take it because otherwise it's done. But if I, yeah,
Yes.
yes, okay. Good.
Okay. Okay. Hmm. Hmm.
Mm, nice. First intuition says block in the middle, get a line of your own.
Yeah.
And the second intuition says you play here and then you force a move here and then you go here and then you make double here. Or
I
can or do you?
Where did you went?
I'm just
I haven't
thinking
watched.
if I play g8, can you
Hmm.
double make a double for h7?
Not straight, but soon.
Oh, very soon. Oh,
I think I can force combination which either leads to my win or to fall.
okay. Um,
Which was exactly my plan, so I'm now
yes,
set.
good, good. Then all I have to do is disrupt that, right?
Mhm. That's interesting thing to do.
Well, if everything else loses, then I have to do a desperation move and try something
Yeah,
else and pray that
yeah.
2 minutes is enough.
No, this I try to envisage it as well. So I just hoping there's this connection works. Hmm, should. All right.
was so hoping that for some reason you wouldn't play that. And
Hmm.
no rational, no rational, only hopes. No rational reason why.
I think you actually had the possibility of nice combination, but
Missed it.
okay. So this should be it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, the PCF.
Yeah, it was either way.
Good. Yeah. Nice. Nice games.
And
I'm I'm
last click of stone.
I'm happy even though got a couple of losses.
Nice games.
Nice games. Thanks, man. It's been
And we spent 4.5 hours.
yeah.
Wow.
That's
You didn't expect it.
4.5 hours. Yeah, I kind of jokingly said, let's do somewhere between hour and 4.5 hours. So so we did 4.5 hours. That's one of the longest sessions so far. I think with Samuli and Topkin, we did longer stretches, and with Oli as well, with the pre-show and prep session. I think with Zoli we talked like day and a half. But
Yeah.
it's been absolute pleasure, man. And I wanted to thank you, for talking to me and sharing some of the insights over the last hours. I have my work cut out for me for editing this one and the Epiphanov's 4 hours. I think I'm not doing anything else tomorrow. So
Yeah, it was absolutely fun. Thank
hope,
you for this.
hopefully you enjoyed it. Hopefully the viewers enjoyed it. If if in YouTube you like what you saw, click the like and subscribe. Uh, or don't. I'm not the boss of you. Uh, uh, it just helps the channel a lot. That's the only beg I made for today. So if you're in Twitch, click follow uh, so that you'll get a notification when the live streams happen. The live streams are very unedited, very raw material as so today. I'll try to cut a couple of pieces away
Yeah,
for YouTube.
when you have this golden material, you cannot be wrong.
There's not a whole lot we'll cut for
As
today's
is
episode.
what said in the Amadeus movie, my favorite one, if you cut one note, the whole sonata would like fall apart.
Yeah. I normally like to cut only those pieces where it's clearly that nothing happens, the toilet breaks, or we're just trying to set up a transition from your team's presentation to the game room or something like that. Maybe a couple of swear words. So if you're a fan of swear word, join the live stream because you don't really get those on YouTube. I don't know. Maybe I don't cut them. I live dangerously. Anyways, thank you so much, man. I have appreciated this. We'll do it again. I hope um, your insights for the games are absolutely stellar. And I'm looking forward to learning some more and playing some more of Gomoku and Renju with you, mate, later. Hopefully, we'll see each
Thank you.
other in Czech Republic this summer.
Yes, let's hope. Let's hope. Check open.
All right. Thanks for
Thank you very
watching,
much.
guys, and see you on the next one. Cheers. Bye.
You think English?
Yes.
I
Yeah.
if I can speak in English. Maybe I play the podcast.
Yes.
I broadcast.
Yes.
This is a stone.
Ah, super nice. Ah, very nice.
Very cute stone.